Thank you, man.
Call the meeting to order. Ask Rod to do the invocation and pledge, please.
Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here tonight for this council and the people of Richlands to do the work for the town of the citizens. Help us to understand that your view is better than ours, that we're all part of your family. We're all children of God. And let us not limit ourselves to the thinking that we're liberals or Democrats or Republicans or conservatives, that we're much greater than that in your eyes. As we said when I was a child, we're all precious in your sight. Red and yellow, black and white. Help us to understand that and to serve you better. Thank you. Amen. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you, Rod. Do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
I have a few items, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
If we could add to the agenda for consideration of the appointment of the town attorney and the renewal of his contract, and then I have a few items to add to the closed session agenda.
Okay. We need to enter those on here. We'll just touch them as we go.
Pardon?
We'll address them as we go.
Oh, no, I can read them now.
No need. We'll just do it when we go in there, right?
No, just to add them to the agenda.
Okay.
All right. Just need to add, to go into closed session pursuant to 2.23711A7 to discuss a specific legal matter with council has been asked to render opinion on the Fairfax Avenue property. Also pursuant to 2.23711A7 regarding nuisance abatement procedures. Pursuant to 2.23711A29 to discuss the award of a public contract. And I think that's all I have.
I would also like to make one addition under actually 4A, I suppose, which will be the appointment of a new town manager. And after number 7, we will have Rick Chipwood. So we'll just change those around there. We'll touch on those as we go. Any other additions or deletions?
I think to add, we have the county administrator, Eric Young, and David Ball with us, the director of public, Taos County Public Service Authority. They'd like to be able to talk to council in closed session. So I guess would be actually removing under executive closed session that A, which would be contract negotiations. That's the purpose, to somewhere maybe a little earlier, maybe if we could, Mayor, to accommodate them possibly.
Where's Eric? Eric, you in a hurry to get home?
Always.
Mr. Stone's got a long drive, so you might want to consider.
Well, we do want to take care of Mr. Stone for sure, and Rick. And why don't we get through the scheduled and unscheduled comments, and then we will go with Eric at 9A. Okay. Hopefully we'll get you out of here in time for bedtime, Eric.
Don't interfere with my beating time, that's the thing.
Okay, any other deletions or additions? I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries. We have approval of the minutes. You have the minutes before you. Are there any corrections to the minutes as presented? From anyone? I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Roll call vote. Connie?
Hogan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries. And we have Corbin Stone, Robinson, Farmer, Cox and Associates to review our audit. Make sure you kind of keep pretty close to that mic, if you will. Thank you.
I'm gonna take this off, if it's
Yes.
okay. Thank you. First off, thanks for having me here tonight. The audit went very well, particularly given the issues with COVID. Your staff did a marvelous job of getting the books ready for audit and helping us kind of work through the audit. We did a lot of it remotely, but we were here on site for a few days. As we get into the numbers a little bit, I do have what I call the COVID caveat, which is we just don't know where we're going to be in a year or two from now in terms of the economy. And we don't know where inflation is going to be, and we don't know where federal and state spending, where it's going to wind up, because at the end of the day, that may slow down considerably post-COVID. So I think somebody asked me what I think it would look like in a couple of years, and I said, I'll tell you in a couple of years. So we just don't know. You should all have a handout in front of you, and I'll kind of go through the numbers from the audit. It's essentially the cliff notes. It's only about 20 pages long, whereas the audit's probably pushing 75 pages. On page 1 of that handout, you're going to see some financial information at the top. You'll have to turn it sideways. You can see the general fund balance at the end of 2020 was $227,000. Substantially all of that was dedicated or restricted for specific purposes. And you can see that first row up top, that general fund balance back in 2011 was $1.2 million. 2020 is $227,000. Below that, you're going to see water and sewer net assets and also electric fund net assets. And what net assets, when we talk about net assets, we're talking about the entire value of the system, and that's going to include any cash you have, as reduced by any outstanding debt that you have on the system, plus the value, the depreciated value of your lines in the ground or your power lines and that sort of thing. So you can see net assets for the water and sewer fund ended the year at just over $9.3 million. Net assets for the electric fund ended the year at just under $3.2 million. I think water and sewer net assets were down just a little bit, and about 500,000 actually, more than a little bit. And then electric fund net assets were up just slightly. The next line you're going to see are total cash and cash equivalents. And you can see you ended the year with $5.7 million. And the bulk of that was in the water and sewer and the electric funds. So the general fund had about 300,000 in it, I think. The water and sewer and the electric funds had over 5 million in them. And you can see the trend. We kind of peaked, cash peaked back in 2015 at just over $6 million and has decreased since then to $5.7 million. And while the cash balances are pretty good in the water and sewer and electric fund, we would like to see a higher cash balance in the general fund. So it'd be nice if that would almost could just switch the two, if you would. Because ideally in the general fund, you'd like to have cash balances of about $5 million, just as a good reserve, about 10% of your total operating budget. But like I said, you do have some cash reserves in your water, sewer, and electric funds.
One question, on the electric fund, that 3 million, that's not, that's just the assets.
No, that's everything. So it's taking total assets of the system, reducing that for any liabilities, and that's the net, if you will.
You talking lines?
Yeah, lines, any infrastructure. Now it is a depreciated value. So when you put a line into service, you then depreciate it over its estimated life. So it's not necessarily the fair market value of those lines, or the if you look at it from a business standpoint, the revenue, the return on equity you could get from that line, which would assign it a value. If you had a required rate of return of 10%, you could assign those assets values. So no, that's everything. So theoretically, that's if you were to sell a system today, that's what you would expect to walk away with, assuming you got the depreciated value for your assets.
Is that what we got in reserve as far as liquid, or?
I not reserve per se. It's tough to break down between a reserve and, I'd say of that,
I mean, how much is cash?
$2.4 million. So quite a bit of those net assets are tied up in cash, or liquid, if you will. Your actual assets that appreciated value was only $921,000.
So that reserves up, what, 400,000 from last year? Or
Actual cash is up on the electric fund. I'm sorry, no, it's just up $6,000. Yeah, and that's on page 26 of the audit report. So cash is up $6,000 in the electric fund. Cash was actually up $34,000 in the water and sewer. Yes, sir. The next couple lines, that second green line down on the presentation, we've got total debt and leave liabilities, and that's going to include water, sewer, general fund, and electric fund, all your funds essentially. And they've stood at $3.5 million. Below that, we show the pension and OPEB liabilities. OPEB liabilities are post-employment benefit liabilities. So if you allow retirees to stay on health insurance, things like that, that's the estimated liability for providing that benefit. Your population estimates just below that, and then we can see our long-term obligations per capita at the end of the year stood at $2,294. That's on a per capita basis. Again, comparing that to the state average from last year, because we don't have updated numbers from the state for 2020, the state average was $2,607. So your per capita long-term obligations is actually lower than the state average.
What was state average again, please?
$2,607. It's the last row in that table up at the top.
Okay, thank you.
And again, that was from last year. They haven't published the 2020 numbers yet. And then below, we just kind of grab some of this information out. The next page, and it kind of almost, there are two things you can really look at that are going to drive your numbers more than anything else. You can see those population estimates from the Weldon Cooper Center. If we go back to 2011, population was estimated to be 5,823 folks. You look at 2020, their estimate is that you have 5,236 folks. So you've got a decrease of a little over 10%, right at 10%, I guess, during this look back period. And then the next table shows you your assessed values and how they've been increasing over time. And you can see real estate, we've had annualized growth rates down at the bottom since 2007 of 0.87%, so a little below 1%. Your public service corporation taxes, those are going to be power companies, railroads, things like that, have actually been increasing at an annualized rate of about 5.3%. And then overall, when you add the two together, the annualized increase has been about 1.1%. So the two things you can take, the numbers are kind of a result of other things. So a decline in population and assessments really not moving up. That's what results in your numbers at the end of the day. That's what's driving the local economy. So when we see that general fund balance has gone down over time, it's really a function of these other things. The next couple pages, we just had some management comments in the audit. The next page, I have to say, page 3. Nothing major here. Like I said, your staff was very well prepared. We didn't have any issues in the audit, so we're probably getting nitpicky on some of these things. I don't feel the need to go over them, but a few things they can improve on in the current year and in the future. The next couple pages 4 and 5 in the handout. We also audit your compliance with requirements from the Virginia retirement system, essentially making sure that you're making the correct contributions for the correct people. They ran into an issue, I want to say down in Virginia Beach, where a locality was making contributions for someone who hadn't worked there for 20 years. And they retired with full benefits. And later on, they got caught. So that's one thing we test for. We look to see if you've had any terminated employees or employees that have left. We want to make sure you've taken them out of the retirement system and you're not continuing to make contributions for them. You guys get a clean opinion. We didn't have any issues at all. The next couple pages is a required letter for those charged with governance. Starts on page 6. If we had any problems during the audit, those would be reported to you in that letter. We did not. It does talk about some of the more significant estimates in the financial statements, such as the pension obligation estimate and the fact that we're depreciating assets and you don't really know how long an asset is going to live for you. So while we may depreciate it over 5 years, you may get 7 or 8 or 10 years of service out of that asset. And then the last few pages, pages 13 through the end of the report, just list out some new accounting standards you're going to be dealing with, or Adrian and her staff are going to be dealing with over the next few years. We did have a reprieve this year because of COVID. They didn't, any standards that were due to be implemented during the 19-20 year have been pushed forward to the 2021 year. And in fact, they even pushed ones that weren't due to be implemented out a year. So basically just moved every new standard out. But it's some light reading. If you're having trouble sleeping tonight, accounting standards can help greatly. But overall, the audit went real well. I think I told you last year, your staff does a really good job. I mean, obviously, we'd like to see maybe a little more money in the bank, but you can see what's driving that: a reduction in population and asset values, assessed values, if you will, of real estate just aren't really increasing that quickly. So,
But wouldn't the budget have something to do with that also?
Well, you've got to take it into account in the budget. I mean, it's kind of a yeah.
If you have a trim budget, and you're
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I like to say that, your costs are going to go up 2% a year on it, no matter what. So when you'd like to see assessed values and growth in your town, at least going up by that same 2% to offset those increases. So, yeah,
I guess what I'm saying is if we trimmed our budget, things that we didn't need, then our liquid, we would have more in the bank. Simple.
Yes, but it's difficult, and I'll tell you why. Because if costs, electricity costs are going up at 2% a year.
On that, do you guys take a look of how much is being transferred out of each department, like electric?
Well, yeah, we validate the transfers between.
If you look at that, there's like $1 million being transferred out of the electric fund into another department.
Into the general fund.
Yes.
So, look at that real quick.
If you look at the taxes, and I think there was a drop of 600,000 some, then if you look at the budget, then it's taxed like 260,000. So you have one department, if you add it up, it's at least 800,000 to 900,000 that's being transferred out of the electric into the general fund.
You're talking about shared resources.
Okay. So just administrative overhead being out. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you've got, I always, like I said, I always like to say expenses are going up 2% a year just because of inflation. So if you've got growth of 2%, then you're fine. You don't have any problems.
I guess what I'm getting at, if you transfer it out of one department into another, it's going to cause, say, the electric to go up because you're transferring.
Sure, it'll cause the expenses of the electric to go up. Right.
So we're causing, if you do the audit, we're causing the electric fund by taking $800,000 to $900,000 out of the electric. We're causing those electric rates to go up.
You could be, but if it's an allocation of cost, and those allocations are reasonable. So when you've got a cost that's shared between the general fund, water and sewer and electric, and you're spreading that cost out.
If you look at the other departments when you audited, nothing from any of the other departments was taken out like that. You didn't take a big chunk of money out of the out of the sewer or out of the water or out of any other. It seems like the electric fund is running the whole show.
I'm not sure you guys allocate with water and sewer. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like they're allocating administrative costs to all three funds: general, water, sewer.
But if you look at your audit, there's nowhere are they taking like $800,000 or $900,000 out of the sewer or water or any other department. They're sort of using the electric fund as a crutch. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it's a reasonable allocation, though, that's okay. it's okay.
I guess reasonable is
It can, well,
interpretation.
it can be subjective sometimes, but I guess my point is if your costs are going up 2% a year and you've got 2% growth, then, they're offsetting, they're growing together over
I guess my
time.
only thing is, I think when you audit, you should take all the departments and look at them and see what's happening and make interpretations of why certain things are the way they are.
That total allocation is 500 and 200 of that 5 goes
Gotcha.
only.
Gotcha.
It's not even 800 in total.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
500 of shared costs between the three.
Yes, and 200 is electric and 100 and something and 100 something power sewer.
Yeah, I mean, that's fairly common. It's not unusual to allocate cost. Anytime you're running a government, you have what we call central service departments, and they are serving other departments. So it can be administration, it can be finance, that sort of thing. So that's not unusual.
I'm just saying they lean too much on one department and the others are taking more than they in my interpretation, more than they should. Because with the Green Deal, the new Green Deal and all this, the electric is going to have a lot of pushback on it. And it's going to go up much higher than your water and sewer and the rest of it.
It could very well be. I would only say that, the general fund just doesn't have that much money in it. So if we say we're not going to allocate some expenses to water, sewer, electric, then those monies are going to have to come through tax increases on the general fund side.
Or cutting the budget where we don't need to spend on certain.
Okay, we're not in a budget hearing. Let's go on.
I just interpret it,
Okay.
But could I ask one question,
Sure.
please, Dave? So basically, you don't see a problem with how the allocations are being?
No, I don't see a problem as long as it's reasonable, and we'll take a look to make sure it's reasonable when we come and do the audit. No, I don't have a problem. It's fairly common.
I think that's what Ms. Cordell has explained to us several times, how it's allocated across the different departments.
I guess what I'm saying, there's only certain towns and cities in Virginia that have an electric system. And my interpretation of it is that we use it as a crutch. No other towns use it as a crutch. Lebanon doesn't have one. Bluefield, no other town has one. And I think my interpretation, maybe not, I just think when you audit, you should look at it and see if it's unfairly taken out of it.
It could.
Okay, sir, have you got anything else to add?
Well, the only other thing I would say is actually some places that have a utility fund, they'll actually charge a tax to the utility fund, which is a payment in lieu of taxes, but they actually assess taxes against the utility. So I've seen it.
Okay, we have a separate tax. We charge that tax 260 some thousand. I think it was last year. We do have a tax, and that we not only tax it, but we take that big allocation of 500 and some out.
Not a thing. Okay.
Okay, let's move on with it, please.
Well, thank you. At any rate, I'll kind of stop there and try to answer any other questions you have. Like I said, the audit went well. But you do have some macro events that are going on. I think we talked about it a little bit last year, just in terms of population, in terms of the economy, that are going to make it challenging going forward. I mean, I think you've done a great job, but it's going to make it challenging going forward. But you're in the same boat that the town of Tazewell's in. You're in the same boat that a lot of localities are.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
your time.
Rick, you,
He hasn't arrived yet, just have to wait on him. Yes.
well, we won't wait on him, we'll go ahead. I've got something that I added in the agenda that may be a good point for it right here. We have, the council has extensively interviewed and discussed and talked with the position of town manager. We have before us, or it was given to us at last meeting, Jim Taylor's resignation is effective March 15th, which I've accepted. We have interviewed and went through a pretty lengthy process to hire a new town manager. We have come to the conclusion that we are going to appoint John A. O'Daniel as town manager, and I would like at this time to entertain a motion to that effect.
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll say.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. Motion, sorry.
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Marianne,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Also at this time, I'm reading notes from our lawyer, by the way. This is not something I came up with. With the passing of the previous motion, I will now entertain a motion authorizing me as mayor to execute the contract with John A. O'Daniel on the town's behalf. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
A second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? Connie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Marianne,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
And with the passing of that motion, we need to take up 0-2021-02-01, amending the budget to reflect the new town manager's compensation and to appropriate the money thereunder. I'll ask the town attorney if he would to read that.
Start on this matter. Whereas the Richlands Town Council has previously adopted a budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 and appropriated the monies accounted for therein by duly passed ordinance. Whereas the aforementioned budget contained a certain allotment for the salary and other employment benefits of the town manager position. Whereas the previous town manager has tendered his resignation to the town council. Whereas the town council has duly appointed John A. O'Daniel as the town manager and authorized the execution of an employment contract between he and the town. Whereas said contract provides for a salary and certain employment benefits in excess of the previously budgeted and appropriated amount. Whereas it is now the desire of the town council to amend its previously adopted budget as pursuant to Virginia Code 15.22507 in a fashion to be consistent with contractual obligations of the town regarding the hiring of John A. O'Daniel as its town manager and to appropriate those monies/benefits therewith. Whereas a copy of the duly executed contract is annexed hereto and incorporated by reference. Whereas the contemplated amendment is less than 1% of the previously adopted budget, and as such, the requirement for a public hearing is dispensed with. Now, therefore, be it ordained that the Richlands Town Council hereby approves and adopts certain amendments to its currently adopted budget as to be consistent with its contractual obligations owed to John A. O'Daniel, a copy of said contract to be recorded herewith and incorporated by reference. Be it further ordained that the money set forth in said contract are hereby appropriated as pursuant to Virginia Code 15.2-950 on an annual basis. And be it further ordained that this appropriation shall lapse in the event of the discontinuation of John A. O'Daniel's employment as town manager, said appropriation being personal in nature. If council would like to consider the passage of that ordinance, Mr. Mayor, if you would entertain a motion to dispense with the second reading of this ordinance as authorized by the town charter, section 3.8.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second the motion.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Connie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Marianne,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries. And now I'd like to entertain a motion to consider the passage of O-2021-02-01. That's it, that we accept that, right?
Yeah, just make a motion to.
To accept that ordinance that we've just talked about. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Connie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Marianne,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries. One last motion. I'm sorry. We need one last motion for it to become effective upon its passage.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Connie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries. Looks like we'll have a new town manager again March 15th.
I struggle with brevity.
That's okay. Okay, Rick's still not here. Let's go ahead into our public comments. Our public comments will be a 5-minute maximum. I will time each speaker. I'll ask you to stay close to the mic, if you will, so we can pick it up. If any speaker wants, I will give you a 30-second notice of when you have 30 seconds left, so you can cut it short if need be. The first one is, and if you would come up when you give your name, whoever you're representing or whatever. Ginger Brand.
Ginger Bratton, Executive Director of Citizens for the Arts, and I am here at my annual request for funding for the Government Challenge Grant, which is now called the Creative Community Partnership Grant. And it's a matching grant that the town of Richlands has done for, I guess we're starting on almost 40 years now. So that's my request, for it to be matched. It's a $5,000 match. The state now matches $4,500 and the town of Richlands matches $55,000.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion to such.
We have a motion
I'll second that motion.
and a second. Roll call vote.
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Every year, I appreciate it so much.
I just wanted to mention that I think the town really should show a lot of appreciation to you, Ginger. Park's been around a long time,
Yes.
provides outstanding entertainment, and also, just on behalf of, I want to wish you, I'm sure everybody in the room would as well, we'll spare you singing, but happy birthday on Thursday.
Oh, well, thank you. No song? No happy birthday song? Gosh, I'm so disappointed. But thank you very much, Mary Ann, and thank you again, Town Council. I appreciate everything you've done, and especially you, Tim. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger. Derek and Marie White.
Thank you for your time. Did I hear you say you struggle with brevity? Brevity's the soul of wit. I have that issue as well. So we were here last year and you gave us approval for our event, Chasing the Wild Boar. I'm Derek Wayne White. This is my wife, Maria. We're with Brooklyn Sports and Quantum RBC. We had our permit approved last year from USA Cycling. Basically, as you know, COVID happened, so that pretty much ended everything. They canceled all their permits pretty much the whole year long. They did start to let some races go through near the end of the year. They've had some pretty big events go off, 1,500 Grand Fondo, maybe in South Carolina in October. No known, cases as far as they know of COVID. So USA Cycling has finally pushed permits through again. It's basically up to the local associations and, communities as to whether or not they will promote and have events. So our event, same as last year, basically. I know we gave some information to the chief of police and I think to the town manager. We didn't get a chance to follow up, but there were a couple routes in question. We talked to VDOT about those because one of the routes, which is the Criterium Day, it will have to be on a closed circuit. VDOT informed us that as long as it's within town limits, on town maintained roads, that particular race, we could close it as long as they know the day, the time, and that sort of thing. So we kind of got that at least lined out, but it's a 3-day event featuring a time trial, which is going from hopefully Critterville or here on the town to the end of Baptist Valley Road and back. That would be on Saturday, May the 29th. And the criterion which I was speaking of will be on Monday, the 31st, Memorial Day. I think that'd be a good day to hold it in the town because people will be out and about. Businesses, most, your government offices will be closed. Some people may be out of town at the lake. Others may be here, and it may be a good opportunity for people to watch, since that does need to be on a closed circuit with the town's approval. A couple of routes that I did look at for that, out Front Street down to basically Grayson Avenue and come back up 2nd Street, and down to Norfolk and across and back around. It'll be time dependent with 1 or 2 additional laps depending on the age groups. I think maybe right out here on Suffolk with town in the backdrop would be a good place for like podium presentations in the start and finish. The other route was a road race, which will be on Sunday. So that's going to be out a lot in the county, probably in Bandy, Baptist Valley, but some of those routes I may change up. USA Cycling has already talked to me and said there's no real issue. The insurance is already paid because they rolled over my fees. The permit's already paid for. They just got to pull it back through and reissue permits, and they're waiting basically on local approval and a local association approval.
Derek, I thought it was great last year, and I still do. The road race would be what, Sunday, May 30th?
That's correct.
So it'd be a 29, 30, 31, a combination of events, essentially.
Yes, exactly.
And have you talked with Chief Gilbert about these roads and whatever?
After COVID hit, pretty much right after our meeting, I did not. I gave him the paperwork for the revised routes, but I never had the opportunity really to follow up because, it's just another brainer. It was not going to happen last year.
Well, for this year, have you?
For this year, no, I have not. No.
I think it's a great thing. And do you want a motion on this?
Do you need a motion to approve this?
Whatever seals the deal would be nice. So,
Chief, could you come?
I would have a suggestion, but we'll let Jerry talk about that.
You know what we're talking about here?
Yes, sir. I could hear my crowd that was given some last year and then COVID hit.
Okay. What needs to be done for council to look at and approve this? Or does council need to approve it, or he just needs to work with you?
Well, he needs to work with me so we can get these routes established so we can make it happen safely.
Okay, so council really doesn't need any action on it?
No, sir. We just need to work together to try to come up with some safety plans and be able to have people staffing.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. I think you have full council support.
sounds good.
If you work with Jerry, that'll take care of
It
it.
works for me. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
As I understand it, Raymond Arnold is not here.
Correct.
Okay. Laura?
I'll time myself, but if you could give me a timer as well.
I will.
I'm going to talk very quickly because I've got quite a bit to say. I'd like to bring a few things up very quickly before I begin the most important part of what I'm going to say. First, I've heard you guys speak a lot about blights in town and how to distinguish them. I appreciate the time and concern that you guys are putting into deciding what constitutes a blight. An example for me would be that we are into February and political signs are still up. I brought it to Mike's attention before. Previously, there's still an election sign hanging in town. Not only does it go against election etiquette, but it makes us look lazy. You guys are speaking of imposing fines on citizens for not keeping up with their property, but you should be setting the example as council people. I've stood at this podium almost a dozen times to address our issue with 911 dispatch. I've spoken about the delay in service, the advantages of 911 dispatch, the savings it will provide the town financially, and how if something goes wrong, we're in the dark and we're in trouble. The what ifs have now become a reality. twice this year the police department has lost power and the generator fell. 911 dispatch has a backup to their backup. They're required to regularly test their equipment and their generator, whereas we only call the repairman when something breaks. By that time, it's too late. You've heard it said by the police chief that the phones were down for less than 30 minutes. This is untrue. I personally have it recorded that for 47 minutes that phone rang busy. I'd be happy to share that video with anyone. It's true that the police department provided 911 an alternate number to reach them during that outage, but that was a number to a cell phone. Cell phones are unreliable and not approved for emergency dispatch. The most interesting fact to me, though, is that the Richlands Police Department communicated with 911 via a walkie-talkie during the outage. I've been told by the police chief that we're unable to communicate with 911 via radios, but that walkie-talkie worked just fine. The reason the radios don't work is because of our outdated equipment. I've shown you guys grants that are able to upgrade our outdated radios that would help us to communicate effectively with 911 and the dispatch center. You're all well aware of this, meaning that if a citizen has experienced a delay in fire, police, or rescue, they can sue this town for negligence. And now it can be proven that that is gross negligence and sovereign immunity no longer applies to this town. Richlands has become known for kicking a can down the road, like with the flooding issues that are unresolved, a light pole you guys spoke of in 2018 that was supposed to be installed by 2006, and now with this issue. A meeting took place already in November where we had an agreement with the county to move our fire and rescue to 911 dispatch. The county upheld the request that our police chief made in that meeting, yet it has been 3 months and he has not called the county to set another meeting date and move this process forward. Every day that you delay this, you're not only putting this town at risk for a lawsuit, you're putting lives in danger. Every second counts in an emergency. February is National Heart Month. Our own CVMC's Dr. Jose Perez gave an interview with WCYB where he said that they have a saying that time is muscle. He said the longer you wait for care, even just a few minutes, the larger the risk for significant damage. It is now time for Richlands to accept that fact and act before more people in this town are hurt by this outdated dispatch process. I'm asking now for someone, anyone on this council, to truly listen to me this time and get this second meeting set up. Please make a motion and direct the town manager to have the police chief set up this next meeting. And if you don't give them a time limit, like a week or so, we're going to be standing here in 3 more months kicking this can down the road. A very respected member of the community gave me another perfect example of why having one dispatch is so important. Imagine a small child that has an intruder in the house. The child runs, gets the phone, and hides in the closet. The house is quiet, so anyone close by would be able to hear the whispers. Child calls 911. Dispatcher says, 911, what is your emergency? Child says, someone is in my house. 911 says, hold on, let me transfer you to Richlands. A minute goes by, the intruder is now in the bedroom. Richlands dispatcher gets on the phone and asks what the emergency is. The child has to explain again, and the intruder hears them. Now the child has been found and is now hurt, abducted, or even killed because that child had to be transferred and was forced to speak again, giving up their hiding spot. Made it.
Thank you.
Can I make that motion?
Okay.
I'll second.
The motion hasn't been made yet.
Oh, he hasn't made it? Okay.
I'll make the motion that we, I think, within the next 30 days, that we have a meeting that our police chief will meet with a county and work this out, but where we can go to 911.
I'll second.
Okay, I'm going to table that motion and second until our July meeting. Do we have any unscheduled comments?
Can the mayor do that?
Absolutely.
I'm asking town manager, I mean the town attorney.
Andrew, I don't know.
I mean, I don't think that's,
That's in Robert's rules. I can table the motion in a second.
I mean, why do you have a council? Could you, Mr. Town Attorney, could you look that up?
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask something, please?
Any,
Can I ask something respectfully?
No.
I'm just going to ask.
I want to cut it off right there. Any unscheduled discussion? Joe, you have 3 minutes.
Joe McCracken, y'all know me. We're still talking about ditches and drains. The town did come over and replace one section of drain pipe. Greatly appreciated. They done that yesterday. That helps, but it's not the end of the solution. Part of the solution is a 24-inch pipe crammed up in a 36-inch pipe, which is full of sediment, which won't let the volume of water come through. But what the town has done yesterday helped that section. So there's a section in front where the 24-inch pipe runs in it, pushed up in a 36-inch pipe, which cuts the volume of flow from reaching the big pipe. And it is full of sediment. We put a camera through it and had to tie a rope on the end to pull the camera through. It wouldn't even go through itself. We had to put a string on it and pull it through because it's so full of sediment, dirt, rock, debris. And it's on this side of the railroad, Tim. You know the one I'm talking about.
So your side of it? Your side?
Yes.
Your side?
Yes, it's still a town drain.
We can get a flusher and try to flush that, then we can camera it.
Well, what needs to be is a 36-inch pipe run up against a 36-inch pipe, not a 24-inch pipe crammed up in a 36-inch pipe.
We'll look at it, sir.
I appreciate it. And thank you all for returning the calls that was made in effort to help this situation over there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Can I make a motion? Can I make a motion? Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we ask Mr. Taylor to check the 24-inch pipe and if all possible, within 30 days to replace it with 36-inch pipe before those people get flooded in that section of the town.
A second.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I do. If it's under the railroad, I'll have to determine that. I can't put it on the railroad.
No, it's not under the railroad.
You determined that?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so I don't know.
Donnie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike.
Yeah.
Doug,
Yes.
Marianne,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Tim, the 36-inch pipe is under the railroad, but the 24-inch pipe that's run into the 36 is not.
Okay, I just want to make sure we couldn't get on the railroad.
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Eric? Do we need to go into executive session for your,
Mr. Mayor, I think it would be best, so we're going to negotiate, talk about the price of
Yes,
water.
we do. We do.
okay, can you, have you got,
If you would entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to 2.23711A29 to discuss the award of a public contract and negotiation.
okay, I have a motion,
Make the motion.
I'll second.
motion and second, roll call vote, Connie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Marianne,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries. We'll ask everyone to please, go out in Laura, we're going back into session. You'll have to make an appointment to talk with him later. He's back in.
Mr. Mayor, if you would entertain a motion to certify that the topics discussed in executive session were those lawfully moved into executive session for.
I entertain a motion to that effect.
I'll make the motion. I'll second.
Discussion. Tony?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries. Are we back in? Good. I just seen Rick go by.
He's right back there. He came.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm hiding, mate. Are you ready?
Okay.
I'm sorry I was late getting here, Mayor, but
Okay, you didn't hold us up any of that.
Mayor, and council, I know we have a couple of new members.
Take your mask off.
Okay, thank you. I'm Rick Chitwood. I'm the project manager with Thompson and Litton. I'm working with the town, have worked with the town for numerous years. I actually got to work with the town when we did the sewer plant the first time, and now we're doing it again this time, and the water plant. But I wanted to talk to the council tonight about those, give you an update. There is some action that we need to have council consider tonight. After discussions we've had with Virginia Resources Authority, for those new council, that's kind of like the bond council for the state of Virginia with the DEQ and the health department. They're going to require certain actions taken on behalf of the council before you can get your loan closed and your grant dollars. And what I wanted to do tonight is just give you basically a schedule and update and talk about it. This is on the wastewater plant.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rick, how are you?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
How you feeling?
Feel good. I got 2 copies. Well, no.
Okay, thank
And I'm gonna leave Mr. Brown alone. Yes, ma'am. Let me get the copy. One.
Have that. Thank you.
Yes, Wayne.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Then Tim. Don't just walk around here. The top sheet, I'm sure the council that's new older folks have seen this, older members. Yeah. Okay. The older members have seen this offer. It's $10,916,000 from DEQ on the sewer plant, $2,734,864 is a grant. The balance is at 0.5 interest for 25 years. Now, in that handout, I've also attached a project schedule. On page 2 of that project schedule, it's my understanding that council had a cost of service study completed by Mr. Brown, Carl Brown, and he made some recommendations in regards to your rates, and council has adopted those rates. What VRA wants council to do tonight, the schedule, they need to have council vote to put them in an implementation plan, a schedule on when they will go into place. They don't want to say, well, we'll just do it. They want to know when. What this schedule does, and what we've talked about before, it shows that you'll have probably a public hearing, 1 or 2, according to what Wayne may, Mr. McClanahan may require. But then each July for the next 3 years, you would have that rate adjustment come into play with what Mr. Brown had recommended. Once you adopt this, and I'd say by ordinance, you would need to have this schedule attached to that ordinance so they can send the Virginia Resources Authority as part of the closing documents to get your loan and grant done. So I wanted, and I knew there was some of the new council members just coming in and getting faced with this, but it's a 3-year process that you would have to implement these rates. The first one will go into place July on page 3, July 1st of 2021. Second, July 1st, 22, and the third one, last one, July 1st, 23. And then the first annual debt payment that would go back to VRA, from what I understand, is 6 months after completion of construction, which would not be until September of 23 would be your first payment. So these rate implementation schedule would give you time to start generating revenue toward that.
Yeah, to add to that, Rick, we got a clarification from bond counsel, or actually their request for information from VRA, and they gave them for the reserve funds have to be in place too by that time. If they want them, they'll do them 3-year installments.
Yes, sir.
So that's part of the rates, obviously.
Yes, sir.
That's why it has to be done.
Yes, sir.
You have a list of the rates.
It's in that book that we gave to you from Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown gave you the rate study. Remember we had in December, I believe.
I can't remember what the rates were. How much are they going up?
I can't remember, Mr. Ratliff. I don't think there was a good jump on sewer, but not that big of a jump on water, I think. But
Water
they blended.
went down on some of them.
Yeah, I think it was an average, once it's done, about 3,500 gallons, around $51 or $52 a month for each. Is that what it was, Tim? I can't remember, to be honest. Mr. Brown done it, and
that study is what you have to adopt anyway, because it has all that in it.
Yeah.
So that's embedded in it. The biggest thing that they want to make clear is they won't just agree for you just to adopt rates in July. It has to be adopted for the 3-year cycle in order to accomplish the entire loan.
Right. Well, you could adopt them in 1 year if you want to adopt the whole thing. But this would give the customers a 3-year period to kind of get accustomed to the rate increase.
And we've got financing agreements that Mr. McClanahan haven't really had a chance to talk about, because bond council's still reviewing those. But there's quite a bit to that. It's 50-page covenant that you have to sign. So there's quite a bit going on. But the biggest thing that they want is assurance that the cost of service analysis, the cost of service will be implemented in that. They will not, the loan closing is in August. So they won't close the loan without that.
No, they really want to try to have this done just as quickly as possible so you can have the ordinance and this schedule submitted. And that's the reason I wanted to highlight. I do think, and I think your ordinance requires, and I'd recommend if it didn't, that you have a couple of public hearings for the folks to be able to.
Yeah, you couldn't vote on the raises tonight. You just have to vote on the implementation schedule.
On the schedule, that's exactly.
Rick, on page 2, it says town council approves implementation schedule for rates adjustment. At the date, I just adjusted that to reflect tonight's date.
Yes, sir.
2/12,
yes, sir.
whatever it is.
I think I originally thought y'all were meeting last week. And
We changed it. So I just put down to
That
tonight's
would
date.
be
That's
fine.
the only change in the dates.
Right, only change.
So we need a motion tonight for the rate implementation over the
To
3-year period.
accept this implementation schedule. And then we'll move forward to tell bond council, and they'll finalize hopefully soon the financing agreements so we can get to those to council as soon as possible, because they like to look at those. There's quite a bit of covenants to that for debt reserves, cost service analysis, how much you have to keep in certain type of capital for replacement. Rate studies, inspections, there's all kinds of stuff in there.
Yeah. One thing I want to commend Mr. Toad and Ms. Cordell. They initially wanted that debt service all up front, one payment, which is a pretty good chunk. And they were able to negotiate a couple of years to get that done. That saved some money toward that.
Before you make the motion, can I say something?
Oh, I'm not saying, I mean, I just wonder if we have to make one.
Oh,
But I think we do because we want to have progress.
I think that just moves us to the next step.
before anybody makes the motion, everything's going up. And I realize that we need improvements and we probably need this. Okay? But council needs to think about, we need to cut the budget on certain things we don't need so that we're raising these rates, but we need to look at other places that we can cut money that we don't need to spend to give the citizens a break so they're not, paying such high prices. So would council consider if we vote for this, to give the citizens a break and go to 911, save $260,000, which would help offset some of these rates that we're going to be having come up. If council can't do that, then I'm going to vote no. I don't know how much that matters, but like I'm saying, I'm not voting no because the project, it's a great project, but we're putting so much on the citizens. Let's look at the budget and cut things out that we don't need so we can offset some of these rates and give the citizens a chance to survive. Would council consider going to 911 within a certain period of time, maybe 3 months, saving that money, and then when these projects come up that we really need, we can spend the money where it's really needed and not destroy our citizens.
Good enough said. We're ready to put this to a vote.
Well, what's council going to do? Would they agree?
Whether they're either going to vote to accept this schedule or not.
Well, I'm asking, would they agree before we take this vote to go save some money?
You can't ask them to do that. You can't ask them to vote on 911 in order for this to rely upon that.
I can do that what I want to. It's
No, you
council I'm gonna
can't.
ask
You can't make one motion contingent upon another.
We actually can't make another motion until the one that's
I'm not asking
tabled.
you.
Well, I said it.
You're not allowed to speak. So,
I think when Mr. Brown, Mikey, I hate that you and Logan didn't get to hear his presentation. It was quite lengthy, but extremely thorough. He said our water sewer rates are already very low. And this is a gradual increase over 3 years. I mean, we don't have a choice. We have to upgrade our facility.
Doug, I think I understand what you're saying. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I think we should consider personally this motion separate from anything else. I think the issue of 911 will have to stand on its own, regardless of this. If this, to me, is not a bargaining chip, so to speak, it's just how I feel about it. Just so you'll know. You ask, I give. I'll make the motion for the town council to authorize the implementation schedule for the rate adjustments.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call
You have
vote.
to, how many votes you have to have for you? It's 4. We have to have 4 votes, right? I mean, how many votes do we have to carry the ordinance?
If council is just adopting,
We're adopting a rate schedule.
yeah, I would assume that's not a rate increase or anything. That obviously would require public hearing and formal consideration of an ordinance or a resolution. So I would classify that as a matter of parliamentary procedure, which requires a 3-person vote.
Roll call vote, Connie.
Logan,
No.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
No.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. The other project I wanted to share with council was your water treatment plant upgrade. the health department is funding that.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you. Now, on the water side, the health department does the funding for that. They've offered $3.8 million, $3,889,000 for a term of 20 years, which would be 1% below the AA bond rating at the time of closing, and also a $400,000 grant toward that. We have met with the financial capital people, that's the FCAP, the funding side. They've looked at this schedule, they've looked at it. One of the things we're wanting to need to add that we originally didn't have was a high service pumps there at the water plant. They just ain't gonna last. And the town didn't have a chance to do it. Town didn't have a chance to put the high service pumps in, cost. So what we want to ask the health department, if they'd let us include those high service pumps and some water line on the western end, they've agreed to do that. Let us look at that cost and maybe they can adjust some of the overall cost. So we're in the process of trying to pull that together. We're trying to keep it at the same amount of overall project costs, so it won't be no increase. So we're working toward that. I just wanted to give council an update. We are moving forward with it. A lot of this schedule on page 3, as you can see, directly ties right back with what you voted on with the wastewater plant, with public hearings and different things, and then your first rate adjustment. So again, it's a big chunk of money that you're going to be undertaking on your water and your sewer. But I'll be frank with you, it's some of the best financing in terms you can find on the market today with the grant and the low interest loan money. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor, on that, unless council member has any questions about it.
Do you need a vote on this tonight also?
No, sir, I just wanted to do that update.
Page 3, it asks about notifying in writing as soon as possible, but no later than October 30th, 2020.
That's already been done.
Right,
Yes, ma'am, Tim. Y'all authorized that and we sent it on in, so.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, if you remember, the first offer didn't include a $400,000 grant, but after your rate study and where you adjusted the rates, it qualified the town to get a $400,000 grant.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, it's no brainer. So. And Mr. Brown knew that, and that's why he was looking at the rates, and it just happened to work to where you qualified that 1% of medium household income to get you the $400,000 grant. So the last thing I have, Mr. Mayor, Tim, we talked EPA, and I think you have it in your packet, sent out earlier this year this risk and resilience requirement. They're wanting water. I mean, did council get them to you?
We didn't get it in the packets, did we? I don't
think it's in here.
We can explain what it is, though, if you don't care. We'll forward that to them. What it's
Okay,
about.
and I don't mind handing this around if they want.
Actually, I asked him to do this because we run a little bit late on this. That's why I asked you.
Yeah, and the reason we're running a little late when it first come out, what the EPA's wanting water municipalities to do, they're starting with the bigger ones and working their way down to the smaller ones, but they're wanting to come up and have you analyze your overall system as to what risk you may have out there in the system, especially after what happened here a couple of weeks ago down there in Georgia, Florida, somewhere with the water plant. And they're wanting to have this study done by June 30th. Once this study's done, then they want to send it in to them. They're going to take a look at it, and then they're going to come back and want an emergency response plan on how they think you should look at your overall system. Tanks, as far as contamination, somebody putting poison in the tanks or different things like that's what they're looking at. What reason we run a little bit late, Mayor, we thought originally a couple of months ago, we had the towns and the PSA and the county, Buchanan County, see if we could get Cumberland Plateau to do an umbrella study and save some money for all the towns and the counties. But it took about 45 days to get word back. It has to be individual studies because of the individual system. So now we're kind of trying to play catch up. And I just left Buchanan County. They authorized us tonight to move forward with theirs. Town of Bluefield has got us going. And then Tazewell County PSA has got us going. But I wanted to run this by council tonight. I'll pass it around if anybody wants to look at it. It's a memorandum of understanding. I have found the last, I can't see nothing in here.
What's the fee? Give the fee.
It's not to exceed $10,500. And it's memorandum understanding number 5 on our retainer agreement we have with the town.
This is not an option, it's a requirement. Yeah, it's no choice. So.
And like I said, the reason we was late, it's not because anybody was dragging their feet. We was just trying to see if there's a way to get a bunch of people together, you could save some money, and it ain't gonna work that way.
Tim, you'll send this to us in an email.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. We just actually talked about it Friday. Got to get the package.
And I think once council looks at that, if it's okay, then all I need is approval to approve that, then I'll get started on it.
If you get that in March, will you be okay time-wise?
At the March meeting?
Yeah. Or do you need something?
I'm telling you, I've got several in front of you.
We need to read it though.
I'd like to get started just as soon, because that June 30th deadline's hitting us hard.
We got a meeting next week, right? This week.
Well, I was going to talk to you about that, but, you know.
We may not have.
We may not have one. I mean, I'll talk to you about it, you know, whatever.
Rick, can we,
The first thing you have a choice.
we haven't had a chance to read it. We need to let you know.
That'll be fine. That'll be fine. I don't have a problem with the council, none at all, if you want to take time to look at it.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll try to meet and give you an answer against it. I'll try to get this passed out too.
Okay. That's all I have, Mayor, unless the council has anything.
Before we move forward, with all due respect, I'd like to call for a point of order regarding the motion that Doug made and Logan seconded, just to make sure we're clear on this. So I'll call for a point of order, and I'll ask the attorney to explain that, please.
Apologize to council that I didn't have this information offhand. I'm admittedly not a parliamentary procedure expert. Reading directly from Robert's Rules of Order, Section 59C, regarding a motion to lie on the table. If there's no possibility during the remainder of the session of obtaining a majority vote or taking up the question, the quickest way of suppressing it is to move that the question lie on the table, which, allowing of no debate, enables the majority to instantly lay the question on the table from which it cannot be taken without their consent. So to answer your question, Doug, I would think the appropriate thing to do, I don't think that can unilaterally come from the chairperson, but I do think when a question is presented like that, if there is a subsidiary motion to lie that question on the table, if that is seconded, that motion cannot be debated. The rules dictate that that question be put immediately to council, and if the majority vote to lie that on the table, it cannot be taken from the table until the majority consents. So I think procedurally, and again, best I can do with some limited time, we either have to consider Councilman Ratliff's motion, or if there is a subsidiary motion to that effect to lie that question on the table and it is seconded, and a majority, being 3 people of the currently assembled council members, vote to lie it on the table. There is no discussion or debate on the
Okay.
language.
Actually, there's more to it, I believe, than that when it's been voted on already.
Sure.
So it becomes a
Chris, yeah, I do.
nuisance type thing, but I'm fine. You want to consider the motion tonight?
What was the motion?
The motion that you made, Doug, regarding the 911, and I just call for a point of order so I would understand it, not to doubt the mayor or anyone. It was clarification for me. So as I understand it, that motion could go forward for a up or down vote, or there could be a secondary motion, subsidiary motion to lay it on the table. Is that correct?
That is my understanding of the applicable rules, yes.
Okay, I will make a motion to lay it on the table.
Is that that's when once we've made the motion and seconded, that's when we talk about in 3, the majority can lay it.
I'm asking, Doug, is that correct?
That is my understanding, that when a primary motion is made, there can be a subsidiary or secondary motion made to lay that question on the table. If that motion is seconded, there is no debate on that subsidiary motion. Okay.
There's no further motion, period. There's no further debate, period.
Exactly.
Each of us has to explain, or whoever makes the motion to lay it, explain why, and I get to explain why it shouldn't be.
And admittedly, I have a somewhat less than complete understanding of that, given the time frame in
I think it would have been better to leave it like I had it to use time.
Oh, I don't, I mean,
I'm just asking.
if somebody makes a motion to lay my motion, I want to say why we should, that's only.
Robert's Rules of Order seem to state that no discussion is allowed regarding the motion to lie it upon the table.
Does it say how long we lie it upon the table?
Indefinitely, until the majority of council that laid it on the table decide to pick it up.
So if anyone makes a motion and it's seconded, somebody can come in and make a motion, right? I didn't think you could make a motion upon a motion until it was decided.
It's a subsidiary motion. There's a handful of them that council can make. And to your point also, Mr. Mayor, I understand what you're saying about considering a question for a second time.
Or a 10th time.
Or how many ever.
Okay, tell us clarification on that.
The best of your.
I would recommend that we either consider Councilman Wright's motion that was seconded, or I believe Councilman Curry was making that motion. So
I was making the motion, really, I'll make the motion, but it may not get seconded. And before I will, well, you said I don't need to say anything. I feel obligated, and Doug does too. So I'll just let his motion stand. Unless
I
somebody
would
else
like
wants to make it.
some clarification, Doug, of your motion.
My motion was that, that within 3 months, we go to 911 to save the citizens. That was motion.
This was the motion for the meeting.
For the
within 30
meeting.
days.
Yeah.
This was the motion
Oh, okay.
for
Motion.
30 days
Is that-
and the meeting.
That makes many motions.
Meeting with the police chief.
Pardon?
The motion was to meet with the police chief was to meet with the county.
Okay, I'll make that motion that, the police chief, as we gave a word as a council, that he would meet, with the sheriff to discuss going to 911, that he attend the meeting within 30 days.
So
And we had a second, right?
Yes.
So it's just a meeting.
Yeah, just the meeting. It's the meeting that was already discussed. It should have already happened. So now it's time for discussion, right?
You were in the meeting, that he was supposed to go, and it's been 3 months and he hasn't went. Just to require him to have a meeting with the sheriff.
I'm a little confused here too. You need to clue me in. Tell me about the meeting. I don't know.
Tim, you want
I'm a little lost.
I'm not sure who called the meeting, to be honest with you, but someone called the meeting and the sheriff was in attendance, as well as Jerry Gilbert, myself. And I think maybe Travis Hackworth, maybe somebody else was in there, I can't remember, to be quite frank, but it was discussed the 911 issues, which is mainly staffers, I guess, if you want to look at it, that was trying to figure out a solution. And of course, everybody had an opinion to be able to express their concerns during that time. It was agreed upon that they'd try to meet in the future as soon as they can to, collect what they were talking about and try to see when we would meet again. Ultimately, that's what that was about.
And Mr. Gilbert, agreed to meet with them.
Were you there, Doug?
Pardon? No, no, I was just,
I don't remember the dates. I think we agreed to meet. I don't remember 30 days, but I remember them saying they would try to meet again. So, but I don't know if that was on Jared as much as it was as both of them, both parties. They were going to try to meet together, I think, to try to discuss some of their stuff. But again, I didn't take minutes. It was just one of those staff type meetings, Okay.
So I don't think there has been a second meeting scheduled that Chief Gilbert failed to attend.
Is that what we're saying? I didn't.
that's
take
what
it
I'm
that way.
saying.
That's what
It was supposed to be scheduled, and the sheriff has tried many times to meet with him, and Mr. Gilbert will not meet.
So,
Sheriff told me he wasn't coming down here for the meeting. He told me that personally.
I just talked to the sheriff,
Just telling you what he said to me, that's all.
the
I just
sheriff,
don't like
May I?
Jerry being,
Chastising. May I? May I? I think this is a touchy subject for everyone. Do I think that there should be another meeting? I do, but I think there should be some things added to Mr. Ratliff's motion, myself. I think there should be council representation at this meeting. I do think that the meeting should happen, not to say that the meeting is going to say, let's move to 911. I think that there should be the discussion of what it would look like and the logistics of it. I have no issues with that. I do feel like there should be council representation there, and there should be no actual civilians of county or town or anything. And it should consist of a very specific number of people. And I think that should be in our motion as well. And these guys can sit down and do this. I don't know, is it legal for me to raise my hand, Wayne, to say that I would attend that? Or how does that work?
Might I suggest maybe having a special called meeting? I believe that we can lawfully go into executive session and potentially discuss that. Council's free to invite whomever they would like into executive session to discuss those things. So that might be a potential option.
would that be proper for the whole council to meet as they talk over the issues in closed session? I mean, that
Would
would
be
be,
required actually if it was going to be a special call.
okay. I think that's.
I think that would be the best thing, 'cause we all have
Yeah.
to vote on it, so we all need to be informed on it. So,
That's true.
So I'm just going to add, I think you're right on the money. Sometimes we have council representation. My experience has been, two members, whatever, come back and they're telling it whatever way. Everybody comes to some place. Everybody. So that's just the nature of life. And I really think on these issues, it needs to be the whole council. And I do think you're right. Ms. Muller, I know you're invested in this and other people. It's not just Ms. Muller, it's all of us. So don't feel exclusive.
I
You're out of order.
disagree. I think you
You're
guys
out
are
of order.
spot
Am
on.
I out of order?
You can't be discussing with the.
Well, I'm sorry. I would not purposely
And
be out of
we're
order.
holding up Mr. Chitwood as well with all this discussion that doesn't
Oh, you know
pertain to
pretty good.
him.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't know if I should sit down.
And that's out of order.
Would you modify that motion?
That we call a special meeting on 911 with, and to go into closed session, discuss the issues with Mr. Gilbert and, Sheriff Reinhardt.
A second.
I'll second.
Motion and second. Further discussion?
Oh,
Can we have the motion read?
oh, we need a date too, within a period of time. I'm sorry, Rod.
Go ahead.
Should I, within 2 weeks? Would that give everybody plenty of?
I can do it whenever you guys can.
I'm game for whatever.
Add that to it, Tony.
Stick a date on it. Put a number on it.
Take one out within 2 weeks.
Well, I'm looking right here, probably 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today is March the 2nd.
What day's it on?
Tuesday.
We'll make it on Monday.
I make it whenever you want.
Okay, that's my
March
business.
1st.
March
Well, I
1st.
mean, what if Sheriff Hyatt and Chief Gilbert can't? I mean, I think you're better off to say within 2 weeks or
If-
within 3
if-
weeks or kind of mutually a date that.
We have to
you
have a lot of
nail it
different
down on
parties.
that date,
A lot of
I
different
mean,
people.
I suggest flex time, a little bit of flex time, because you put a date, it isn't right. It could work, so.
Okay, good point. Arrange a meeting with council within 2 weeks. And I suggest that, we, invite Travis Hackworth, the supervisor, in that closed session.
I think you're okay to invite him. Hackworth's really busy right now.
I want to invite Tom as well. Take some of his.
Let's invite those two.
Maybe try to get one together.
Let's just say board of supervisors. Make it broad.
Okay.
Maggie Asbury, it affects her district as well.
Just better say board of supervisors.
Okay, so
We're
the
gonna get
motion
it
is to have a meeting with council, Chief Gilbert and Brian within the next 2 weeks at a date that they can be there.
Yes, sir.
A second,
I'll second.
motion and second.
Ryan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
yes.
Rod.
Do you mind to read the motion one more time so I know exactly what I'm voting on? Thank you.
Rick, good night.
Thank you, sir. Y'all have a
Thank
good
you.
evening.
Thank you.
The special meeting will be called confronting 911 with Chief Gilbert and the sheriff in closed session and invite, do you want to use Travis's name or board of supervisor?
Board of
Board of
Supervisors.
supervisors. It affects more than one, Connie.
In a closed session
I'll vote yes.
in a 2 week.
Clarification, yes. I know.
Within 2 weeks. Right.
Preferably not a Tuesday.
Motion carries. Okay. I think we're up to downtown events. Connie,
Oh, we got to vote on it.
I'm sorry.
We did.
Already did.
Rod
We
voted
did
yes.
vote.
How about
That's right, he was last.
Oh, okay.
Everybody's yes.
Pardon?
Everybody's voted.
Oh, everybody's voted?
Yeah.
Okay,
Everybody voted.
okay, sorry.
Forget.
We've made so many motions. I've been shot down so much.
Okay, it's my turn?
Yeah.
Okay, the first thing I have, on the fireworks for July the 3rd, I guess I just need to know if council agrees to have them again this year. The price will be again $5,000. So. I just
Do you have
need
the
to
money
know
for it?
Yes or no, but, we can have on July the 3rd. for
Do you have the
fireworks.
money for it?
I do not have money for it. But this will, go into the budget after July. That's kind of the way we done it last year.
July 3rd, Connie.
Yes.
It's a Saturday, just checking.
Yeah, I would think we would.
Yeah, and they also said that after this year, the price of the fireworks would go up. But if we would like sign a contract for the next 3 or 4 years that would have it like the same period, they would keep the $5,000 firm each year. So that's totally up to you too. So they just wanted me to advise council of that. So I'm just saying like this year be 5,000, the next 3 years would be
So do
5,000.
we need to look at putting it in the budget and approving the
Yes.
budget? That's,
We would have to put it in the budget.
but we don't need to do that tonight on a motion.
No.
Okay.
I just need to let them know that we wanted them on July the 3rd. Because that date would get booked before we do the budget.
Council will have a problem with that at all.
And then when we do the
Without taking a
budget,
vote?
that's kind of the way we done it last
Yeah.
year.
Okay, well, okay.
Because I don't have any money.
Okay.
So is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Yep, we can raise money, Connie. We'll do it.
Or we can raise money or what, I mean,
Yeah, we can
if we
raise
don't have it in the I mean, we'll have
Right.
to put it in the budget. Y'all just
Do you have to pay in advance or do you pay
No.
on the 3rd?
Last year she billed us after the fireworks, so it worked out perfectly. So. We're good with that. Okay, the Greenway, the IDA did award the contract to John Rice. And he will start the first part of March, and he should have finished by the end of May. And that's contingent on, Wayne looking at the contract to make sure everything in the contract is okay.
Who got the contract?
Rice Remodeling, they was the lowest bidder. So everything was checked out with him was okay, except, we do have to, review the contract, and Wayne is in the process of doing that. So if that comes out okay, then we should be able to start in a couple of weeks. Is that correct, Tim? You want to add anything to that?
The contract, once we get the contract executed with legal, then it's just a matter of signing. I think the IDA is going to meet next week to take that matter up. So those to proceed will probably come March 1st.
Are you still holding it to a completion date of April 1st?
No, because of the setbacks of the weather. No, we gave them an extra 30 days.
To the end of May.
End of May, actually. But he thinks if the weather permits, he can get it before then. He'll try.
Yeah, we talked to him the other day, and he says he didn't think it would take that long, but at least he has Hey, and I'm planning on April the 3rd from 1 to 3. We'll have the Easter Bunny to give out candy to the kids, kind of like we did with Christmas. They'll just drive by. We'll just give them a bag of candy. Cedar Bluff, the town of Cedar Bluff, and the hospital is going to partner with us on that. And I may end up with a couple other partners because it's like we had talked about, people at Cedar Bluff's not doing anything, so they're going to come to Richlands automatically. I want to talk to John that he's going to give us money for candy and things like that so we can include everybody in just one thing. So that's all we'll be doing unless something does change with the COVID. But at least we're doing something.
Connie, what day was that?
April the 3rd.
Okay, so
From 1 to 3. And Restaurant Week is going to be March the 1st through the 5th. We're partnering with the county on this event, and we're trying to get all of our local restaurants to run specials or discounts that week. One thing the community development leaders from each town are trying to get together each month. So we're trying to partner with the county on different functions so we can look like, that we are working together on different things. So hopefully in the future we'll have maybe some type of event together. So it's something positive that's coming out of that. So
what week did you say that was?
March the 1st through the 5th. And we'll be putting flyers up, and all the restaurants that's participating will, put like a flyer in there for one thing. So everybody I've talked to so far has been very positive about it. Just to update on revitalization, I'm still working on contacting stakeholders, but most of the stakeholders that I have contacted, they have the majority of the property in town being very positive about it. We've taken mostly all the pictures, and I've done a lot of documentation so we can have a second meeting probably in a couple of weeks. So I'm just waiting on each landowner or storefront owner to, give me a dollar amount that they would commit to if we get to go through with the revitalization. So far, it's been very positive. So I don't see any reason why that won't happen next year.
You're talking about the
revitalization, yes.
Okay. Help you on that note. Next month, there'll be, if it's all right with council, there will be several business leaders coming. One, Urban Davis would like to take this group in closed session, and they have several suggestions to revitalize the town, and they want to help you with that project.
All right.
So if it's, we put that on the agenda for a closed session next month. But they're enthusiastic about this project.
Yeah, I said that I was a little surprised because of COVID. I thought some there says, I don't want to do it or whatever, but it's been very positive. We've had a few that we may have a few issues with, so I think in the future probably if some of the businesses don't want to participate and they have very blighted properties, we may have to put maybe ordinance in place or something to kind of force them to clean up or do something, because we don't want half the town revitalized and the other half look bad or, be right in the middle of the property. But anyway, hopefully in a couple of weeks, it just took longer than I thought it would. And then the weather, because I've had to, go and visit and call and then them getting back with me. So it is taking a little longer than what I thought it would. And one more thing, the website. We do have a professional that's going to help us update the website. That's the reason we want to get new pictures and things like that. So he's supposed to contact me this week. So we're going to try to upgrade our website. And it's going to be free of charge. So someone else has already paid for it. They kind of donated it back to the town. So I thought there's no way we would turn that down. Very positive. That's all I have. Any questions?
I'm happy the Greenway is gonna get started.
Me too. I'm excited.
Okay, council member reports. Anybody besides me need a break?
Whatever, I'm fine.
If you're fine, Bob, why don't
You need
you
a
just
break?
take over the meeting and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Do what now?
Would you take over the meeting?
Well, I think we can have a
I think we need
recess
to
now.
take
Let's have a
break.
recess.
Let's take a break.
Okay,
I'm fine either way you want it. Let's have a recess.
all right, yeah, let's take a 10 minutes, okay?
I don't want to take a.
Go home.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I got my phone. I should put my glasses on. I thought I had it on off. It was still on.
Don't you look at me.
Team venture.
What now?
Team venture should get you some money.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Jim. They did that last time. Heather was wearing it. Oh, Connie. You know I love you. You know I don't mind. I'll be there. I'll be there to help you no matter what.
I think the way it worked out, you're gonna run into have
I'm
to
glad
have
to
a
hear
new
about
meeting.
the
Oh, it's been positive.
Yeah. Board of Supervisors.
They need help. And I think
Have
it's
joint
awesome
meeting.
that they're willing to step
Yeah, I've got some that I'll do as much as I can on
They
it.
have to.
I've had very
It's three of them.
But shoot, it's been a lot of,
It's a lot of legalities on that.
yeah. But we're starting, but this right here, I'm excited about partnering with the county on different.
Yeah.
Asphalt.
Is it Lori or and AJ or?
The AJ, T, AJ, Billy, Robert, and, what's her name?
Oh, man, who's, yeah, man's amazing. You'll love working with the man.
Yeah, so. we're
It's
trying to-
Billy. Is it Willie?
Billy, yeah.
Is that Willie?
No, I wasn't questioning her. I was just making
I don't
sure.
know her. I know AJ. I love the man.
Can I shut the door down?
I love Amanda. She's good. So, that's good. But, and now about that website, I'm glad to hear about that.
Yeah, somebody paid for it, and they got another.
Tell them from me that I am eternally.
You want it?
Yes.
And, yes, I'm here because I like, yeah, I said, well, thank you. So, yeah,
Yeah, because that's an expensive little setup.
yeah, they don't, and what it is, you can't tell the whole story of it because they just, you know what I mean, but,
Yeah. I don't care. I just tell them that I said I'm eternally grateful.
yeah.
Because we need it. I would try to
I go walk around.
Now, right
Yeah, she does.
I promise.
I'm a city.
Yeah, me too. Because we have certain parts of town that are desperate. It's,
Well, some of them are probably will have like, outlets. Doors to the house. They're wanting to sell that. So if they don't have participation agreement.
That's probably what you're right. That's probably to keep you little coal. Yeah, a little bit of gasoline.
Oh, yeah.
Is she going there?
All good for that. How's your leg? Good. I got a boot on. I'm good to go. Yeah, that's where great. Is she going to be? I know that she's,
One bill of
I know that she's not been doing much. She's not been doing much with the grooming. She takes care of her elderly mother.
Where I never had an issue with me. It shouldn't have been. That's not. Just wanted to make sure council was involved. I didn't think that they would want to be involved. They might have, but if they don't want to be involved.
I'll get a contact.
That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, hey, Mike. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there, my friend.
I'm gonna move around.
I'm glad it's sticky. What? You all right? Take a recess? Drink water? You drank your own water over there. Oh, you didn't know?
I drink coffee, and that's not really cool.
You'll learn. You'll know.
They're all the way down. It's in the school.
I sit too much.
I have you, I have.
Don't tell me you got old balls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's over in your yard. That's horrible. You all right? Well, that's not a bad idea. Nobody knows. Where the. Good to go. Where was that? It's a good time.
Still got a couple of them, but things could be.
Maybe they'll have to go back.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe I should have got a bag of chips.
But hopefully we can get in.
Where's Rich?
Downstairs. My office, I know.
Well, he has never gotten over COVID in life.
Right. Well, they said that's what.
The night before last, he got a stomach bug. So he went to the hospital, they did the CT scan, and he still got.
Red.
They wanted him to stay in the hospital.
You know that I was saying.
Get very tough.
I've got some busted songs.
So he took another bag and forth.
Hey, Rob. I get a water. Where they at? Well, place broke out on her face, on her back, on her belly.
For a pass.
We're hoping that it's going to next week.
Are you sterile?
I
want to talk all that.
I'll try to start doing. I'll try to keep my.
30 seconds is up.
We're gonna have to do something with this. Gingerbread just about failed.
Room for a lawsuit.
We'll see what happens. Yeah. Well, I got a brace on. They let me wear this brace for 3 more weeks. Hopefully, I'll be out of that and I'll be good to go. Hopefully. I'm just not gonna sit down until they make me go back. See, it's good circulation.
Should probably let the ball.
Oh, yeah, he looked like on the road. You know what that? Like water.
Hey, say, Mr. Tapper, you doing all right, buddy?
I'm fine, yes.
Oh, I'm all right.
It's gone.
Huh?
Look over
Yeah, I drank water like a fish. I ran you up and down the road, I know. Yep. Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Golly, look where I've got all the dog hair on me. Look what I've done to this. Look at these chairs. Gosh, how embarrassing. Oh, no, well, I'm not the same thing. I'll leave that for somebody else. So I'll plop down. Okay. Water time.
I've already drank water.
Good.
Yes, I'm a big guy. It's turn.
Okay. Council member concerned, Mr. Wright.
Okay. Let's see, let me get my thoughts together here. Okay. The first thing is, we were scheduled to have our regular planning commission meeting, first Tuesday of this month, which I think was the second. And it was canceled because of weather, inclement weather. And so our next scheduled meeting will be March 2nd. I think that's the first Tuesday in March, which is our regular meeting time at 7:30. We always meet here at the town hall. And at that meeting, we hope, I think Rick Chitwood is still on the agenda to come talk to us about the trail. And also, as it stood, I hope it does, Ricky Barton will be there to talk about it too. And that concludes that part. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I have had two concerns shared with me. I got one this afternoon, one yesterday, I think. So I'll try to share these with you. This is from Beth and Richard Smith. And this is what it says. I'll read it. I have a concern for the amount of trash that has migrated to a property that I own on Farmer Street adjacent to Elkins. She wasn't sure whose mobile home park it is. And the address is 1620 Farmer Street. The residents of the mobile home park are leaving trash at the road on days other than trash day, which is causing trash to migrate to the yard ditch of the property that I own. It is an eyesore. It's been an issue for many years, and I'm not sure what the solution is, but I do believe that it needs to be addressed again with the residents of the mobile home park. So, Tim, I'll relay that to council and you. Would you mind to check on that, please?
We will.
It's at 1620 Farmer Street. I don't know if it's Bess or Richard,
I
but
know.
that's where it is. Yeah.
I got the same message. We've got a solution, but it takes reminding the folks, what to do. So we'll work on
That being said, she mentioned to me, asked her to send it to me in writing. I couldn't remember all that. So she did that. There had been talk of putting a dumpster at the corner or whatever. And she said that wouldn't be a satisfactory thing. And I said, I'll ask.
They're going to have to put it out at the night of the pickup,
Trash
like everybody else, or they're going to have to do a better job on their containment area. That's the problem. They don't keep it up. If they're going to leave it there, but still in the summertime, it's stench there. So the solution is they can't put it there. Okay. So we got code enforcement for that. Jerry will check on it.
Okay.
You might already have. I
Yes,
don't
sir.
know.
If I may speak on that, Officer Dupree has been working on that. I know she's been to the trailer park 2 or 3 times and up on Rock Hill Road a couple times over the last 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
So she is currently trying to address that issue and try to get it fixed for us.
Thank you, Jerry. I'll relay that to Beth. I see her at school, obviously, so I'll make sure that she knows that it's been brought up and that you have hopefully a good solution
Yes,
for
we're
it.
currently working on it. Like I said, it's a hard battle. I fought it for years ago and we're still fighting it, but she is currently working on that.
And I laugh not to say it's not a hard battle. It's almost a nervous laugh because we're faced with trash so much anymore. I mean, out and about. And it's a growing problem, unfortunately. So the second, I don't have it in front of me, the second concern I have was sent by Virginia Hart. And I think she's been talking to you too, Marianne, or communicating with you. So I'll start the conversation on that. And she's also concerned with the amount of litter on the side of the road on Business 460 in town. I think that was specifically what she mentioned. And how it looks in the town. And she was really nice. You know, she was on the planning commission, has a real understanding of our issues, and we have limited numbers of people to deal with growing numbers of problems. So she has a real understanding of that. But she did ask that we address it and try to have some kind of effort toward keeping the town clean. And I was in agreement with her, and I'm sure Mary Ann wants to. So it's not a chastisement in any way. It's just trying to keep the town attractive to people who live here, those who visit here, those who potentially want to move here, and health in general. So I just present that to the council and to you, Tim. If you'll, is there any thought on how we could do a more general area?
We've tried numerous ways. It's just very hard downtown. What makes it look better at times than others is we spend more money to get it picked up. We do have a street sweeper that we got it repaired and we're using it when we can. That does help the curb and the things that are actually in the street, but the stuff that's thrown over out of cars on banks and stuff, you know, of course, if it's done from a business, most of the time the business owners will pick it up. But if it's on the side of the street area, you know, it's just, we don't have those labor type people to pick that up anymore.
Right.
So we usually contract that through the mowing, the cleanup crew, you know. And we didn't spend, we pulled back a little bit this winter on that because of the money and the budget for that. So we haven't been as aggressive. So that's probably why you see it as bad as it is. And it seems like it just looks worse in the wintertime too. Snow pushing it on the buildup. So anyway, we'll try to pick it up a notch.
I appreciate that. And I'll, Virginia might be tuned in, I'm not sure. But I'm sure I'll relay it, and Mary Ann can relay the same thing. And even though it's, quote, my turn, Mary Ann, feel free to add what you wish to this conversation, because I know she was in touch with you.
Well, thank you. I know that it's difficult to get help from the Tazewell County with the inmates. Is that, Jerry, is that ever a possibility anymore? I know.
Currently with the COVID, they don't want them out right now. Maybe later on when we're getting relief with the COVID, they would get those, but they haven't worked the road crew quite a while because of that.
That makes sense. Sort of ask that option. And then I guess the only other one would be if when we're using American Carpet Care, if there's something that may not be as pressing as all the trash. Because I agree with Virginia, and I think we all agree, it's just such a bad reflection on our community. I think what she's talking about too is like on 460 going like near the hospital and then up from the red light going up towards. So, you know, I know the rest of these guys do a great job, and maybe it could be bumped up in the priority to pick up the trash and let something else they do fall lower in the priority.
He's got some directives on some areas to cut some, you know, some right of way too. So that's what he's been busy trying to get to also. But I'll try to get that much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can't think of anything right now additionally that I want to add to the council's discussion tonight, but if I do, I'll interject it. Thank you very much. Thank you, members.
No. She's saying, okay. Could I ask Mr. Gilbert a question? Jerry? I mean, Chief? Can I ask you a question? You sent out a letter to the schools, and you were talking about a resource officer. And maybe that we would have to raise taxes if we didn't get the resource officer. Are we having a problem with applying for resource officer?
No, sir. What that was a survey. It's off Survey Monkey. It was part of a grant that we do twice a year. What that says is if a SRO was not available, would you support having it paid for by taxes? It's not suggesting that we raise taxes or put anything out there. It was just a questionnaire asking, would you support that? It is part of a survey off SurveyMonkey that was designed for the SRO program. We are not having any trouble. They just opened up for the SRO filings for the new grant period, so we're currently working on that. But it was just a survey. It doesn't mean we're gonna raise taxes. It was just a part of the questionnaire. Would generally, as a citizen, would you support that? Because in legislation right now in Richmond, they're wanting to pull some money from SROs. They're wanting to put it to mental health, different things like that. But it's just a general question that they put out there on that questionnaire. It's not suggestive that we're going to do anything like that. General question.
Is that part of the program? They require you to do that, don't they?
Yes, sir. It's part of our program within our grant. When we wrote it, we put in it that we would survey twice a year, just trying to get a little feedback. Out Eastern Virginia, the SRO program, it's a lot more scrutiny than it does here. So it's, if you want to call it a feel-good type of questionnaire, just to get feedback from the public to see if their kids, I think one question asked, are you aware there's an SRO in your school? Has your child ever had any interaction with the SRO? I can't remember all the questions, about 5 or 6 questions.
Why was it only sent to one school?
It was not. It was sent to Richlands High and also Richlands Elementary. Now, how those schools just chose to distribute it out, I know Richard gave it to the high school because I got some of those back. And at the elementary school, they sent them home to everyone. So, and I'm not sure how the schools chose to survey once it was given to them. But I have those surveys if anybody wants to go through them, look at them. I don't mind sharing.
Okay. The reason I'm going to ask the next question, I don't want to, right now, everybody's applying for an SRO. Okay. If for some reason, I don't want to come back on the budget and we're denied officers in the school because we've got to have them. We have to have them. I don't want taxpayers to pick up another $100,000 for 2 SRO workers if you're having a problem. And I would suggest if you're having a problem and you know maybe that you might not get an SRO officer, that you go to the sheriff and ask him to fill those positions so that the taxpayer doesn't have to pick up the $100,050 per school, that we let the sheriff fill those for nothing to save the taxpayer. And did you get audited?
Yes, sir. And we came out very well. Thank you.
I've got here, they found out some deficiencies. Number one, I'm not picking on anybody, but one was overpaid $6,000, which the town had to get in his pocket and pay that back to the state. Also, pardon?
That was a clerical glitch between the grant itself, which.
Well, you weren't following the grant. You had to make up 300 some hours, which was $6,000. I've got it right here. Okay. The hours didn't match what the grant said. So we had to pay back $6,000 out of the town budget. Number two, they ask you always to, the hours didn't match what the grant said, and the people weren't working the hours that you put on the schedule. So you had a lot of deficiencies. I've got it from the council, comes straight from Virginia. Okay, my only concern, if you don't follow those grants and you have these deficiencies, if you see that we're not going to get an SRO officer, instead of waiting to the last minute and expecting the taxpayer to pick up that $100,000 and raise taxes, I would ask you to think of the citizens and go to the sheriff and say, hey, I need help. Can you fill those positions because I can't, without not waiting to the last minute. That's all I'm asking. That's why
I currently see no reason why we shouldn't get the grant. We've done rather well. any hours that was not worked. A lot of it was caused COVID last year. And there was a submission, if Adrian can help me here. There was,
And if they want me to speak, I
I
can.
think we can clear it up.
Please.
Please.
When the audit was done with the Department of Criminal Justice Services, Letty has to file a financial report requesting funds on that grant. It was a clerical error. She requested the wrong reimbursement amount. And she's very thorough. So that was something that was tagged. And basically, we didn't overpay any employee. What we did, she requested an incorrect amount, and the Department of Criminal Justice paid it. They didn't even check. They overpaid the town on the grant. So we had to write a check back to the Department of Criminal Justice Services for that overpayment on that request. So it was requested too much by mistake, but they didn't catch it immediately either. So once we all met, because I was a part of that audit, Letty Stiltner was a part of that audit, Jerry Gilbert, Robert Morgan, and a couple of people from the Department of Criminal Justice Services. So together, when that was found and discovered, we wrote a check back for the overpayment. So that's what happened. And you can
We need to be
verify that.
careful about getting into personnel issues in open session.
Okay, I'm just saying on the report, I got you on several violations, like actual salary and actual hours do not match the grant application. Actual hours are less than what was. And the other one was that we did overpay an employee because they worked 1,300 and some hours. The grant called for 1,600 and some. That was not a clerical error. That was within the grant. And if any council member wants copies of this, I'd be glad to give it to them. But all I'm worried about is I'm not picking on anyone. I just don't want us to not get an SOR officer on those schools because we have to have them. And then when we could have asked the sheriff to fill those positions for free.
Okay, let's move on, though. We'll talk personnel issues.
Well, it's not personnel, it's a tax issue.
That is personnel. You're talking about performance of people.
I'm talking about a report from
Move
public
on,
knowledge.
move on,
from-
please.
Pardon?
Are you finished?
No, I'm
Okay.
talking about Commonwealth of Virginia Public News, okay? And I stand by everything I said. Thank you.
Anybody that's wondering, I know it's probably against health rules, but Richard is, he's sick again. He has COVID pneumonia still, and then he got a stomach virus, so he's pretty sick.
I'm sorry. I missed him. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, for mentioning Richard. And I think we should definitely all keep him in our prayers. And also, I just want to mention that I hear positive reports about Gordon Russ and his rehabilitation. And once again, everyone keep Gordon in the prayers. So as for the Rec Commission, we did meet this past Monday. And we will meet again on March the 15th at 6 p.m. upstairs at the Rec Park. We do have vacancies as we have had 2 members resign, Joel Horn and Joe McCall moved out of the area. So I am making a motion based on the recommendation of the Recreation Commission that we appoint Cynthia Smith. She works with Appalachian Agency, and Regina Sayers very much recommended her because of the playground project. So Virginia can have a representative on the Recreation Commission. So my motion is to appoint Cynthia Smith to replace as an out-of-town member Michael Webb to the Recreation Commission.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Connie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And I know we're going to talk about blight when we go into closed session, but several people on Linwood Drive, which is close to you, Doug, has a lot of concerns about the former I'm sure, Jerry, I know the police have been many times to the former Dr. Gomez home. And they're obviously very close to Miss Mallow as well. So I know y'all are on it. Thank you for your presence there, and we'll talk more about it, but I told citizens I would mention that. Okay, last, but something very important to me, again, we talked about some negative with Richard being sick, but someone affectionately known as Mr. Richlands, all of you probably are aware that Bob Massey did pass away, unfortunately, on January 27th. Richlands meant everything to Bob. He talked to us many times. So I just, again, ask that you remember his family in your prayers, and I'm going to be coming up with some way to honor him and hope that I'll have the town council's support in the near future. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple quick things. I've told a few citizens about some potentials with Point Broadband. I'm still talking to those folks, and we're waiting on some different ideas that they have, some things that we can do for the town. I've been in conversation with Tim, as well as Point Broadband, as well as Wayne. So we're going to be digging into that a little further once we have some more information from them, and it's still an exciting thing, and I hope to share more details when we have those. But I wanted to bring that up and know that that is something that could be really, really good for our community and for Richlands. Another thing I want to do is thank Ramp Up Richlands, which is a new community group. Connie's mentioned it a few times. They've started digging into some different events and trying to figure out things that they can do as far as COVID goes. And Amanda Ellsworth and Andrea Perkins have headed this tea party for princesses. That's going to be held at Cold Town at the end of February. And they announced that they were going to do this, and they're limited because of COVID, but sold out of tickets online in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So people are very eager about getting out and doing things. I believe as long as COVID will allow. And I just want to give them a shout out and tell them thank you for that. That's going to be something really good for as me with a little daughter. It's touching to see them do such a thing and get the little princesses involved. So they'll have a few big princesses, Disney princesses, that are going to be a part of that. So I wanted to give them a shout out and let them know that we appreciate that. And the only other thing I have is the pitch packet. Kim, have we been able to look at anything as far as a pitch packet goes for potential businesses? I had another business reach out, and
Connie, that's in her department. You'll have to respond to that.
Yeah, we're working on that.
Okay. That would look good with the new website. That'll be, I just keep getting that question, and I keep telling them I'll follow up, but I'll get with you. Maybe I can help some way, but that's it. That's all I've got.
Logan?
Thank you. This is not something I had planned to talk about, but Connie mentioned it, so I feel obligated to thank whoever is donating that website to Town of Richlands. I'm eternally grateful for me. I know that we are in desperate need of a new website, so thank you to whoever that was. My first thing that I want to discuss or bring up was February the 6th. That's 1 year ago that we had the catastrophic flood in town. I feel like we've done very little to move forward on helping the citizens to sort of move forward in these floodplains. I know that I've spoken to several this week that are worried with the spring flood or rains coming up. We're going to face flooding in town. We all know it. So I wanted to bring that up. As always, I feel like we could do more. I feel like we've been a little too lax in our aggression to tackle the flooding. And I think it is a huge issue that we must take on. So I think that's very important. Secondly, I've had a few complaints about potholes. I know at this time of the year that's expected, and there's not much we can do. Tim, I know that
right now, we just really fill them up with gravel.
Right.
Until the plant opens.
Yeah, thank you for speaking on that. I know I've had a few people complain. They said that we could bury their vehicle in some of the ones around town. So I felt obligated to bring that up. And then, of course, I want to thank Chief Gilbert and Officer Dupree for helping me out in some of the ordinance violations. I had spoken to Jerry, and he had said that some of our codes or our ordinances are not strong enough for the police to enforce properly. I don't know exactly what that means, but I did ask him if he could maybe get something together, bring to council, that we could at least consider what else we need to do to bring the code violations to be a little more aggressive so the police can do things to offenders in town. And I think that's important. So hopefully by March, Jerry, we can have that something. And then, of course, I have received complaints, the old faithful that we all hear, electric rates. I have received several complaints. They said that their power bill was absolutely astronomical this month. So I had a single widow that lives on North Street that contacted me, and her electric bill was $498. She said, I live on a pension, and she said, I don't. She said, I've even turned my heat down. She said, I've turned it down to where it's actually a little uncomfortable for her to stay in because she's elderly. And I just feel like we have to do something with the electric. I'm going to continue to harp on that until we can at least come to some conclusion. I did want to ask for an update on where we stood with the study that we referred to in last meeting. Tim?
We've contracted and had a meeting with the representatives by telecom. They are collecting data now. That's why really it would make more sense through the budgetary process and the fact that we do have a learning curve. We've included in their program to come and present this themselves to council. That way, they're the experts. They explain to you well, because I'm pretty sure all will be involved with that. Also, we've asked the engineer, the accounting people to do that. The engineers will also is in the same firm. They've agreed to come and also present that to council in a full budget work session. And then our general manager of Blue Ridge Power Agency, the group that we're with Danville, Martinsville, Virginia Tech, and all those, that general manager will also come present that to council. So that's going to be incorporated into your very first areas of budget work session. So you'll get a much more thorough, education on all that, how that works.
Very good. I like to have something when someone asks.
Yeah, and
I like to show them that we are working on it.
It's pretty complicated. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think they scheduled to have that done by mid-March.
Okay.
Is that right? No, sorry, late March.
Well, March is good month, so that's good. And then lastly, I do thank you, Tim, and the Public Works crew that went over to Joe and Sandy McCracken's address yesterday to fix that. I know several of us talked to them yesterday, so they are very grateful. And I appreciate you, Tim, taking my call yesterday, and I appreciate your quick effort to get that done.
Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to piggyback on a little bit of what you're talking about with electric rates, I happen to get my electric rate, which is with APCO over in Hidden Valley, and the electric rate for a house I have in town about the same time. So it was a comparative weather, everything that normally affects electric rates. And I just asked them to stick this in the packet for you guys. It come out to APCO is 0.018 cents per kilowatt hour less than the town. That's what it amounts to.
I don't think that it's the rate. I don't think that's what people necessarily dispute. I mean, I can read that, that they're close, and I understand that. as far as the rate, but I think people have the concern with the taxes that we add on to.
This includes taxes, transmission, the whole 9 yards. That total.
And I also noticed that you were on a budget, correct? Is that right?
I'm on a budget,
Right.
but I used the amount that was due.
Okay. All right.
I'm not trying to fool anybody with it. I'm just giving how many times we've asked. What's the difference, you know? So,
I think they just filed for another rate increase.
But right now, I think it's 0.9. Richlands is 11 something per watt, if you check it out. And it's the structure that you use. There's so many other things added to it besides just the cost, and it's your structure.
Yeah, the electrical cost will be, hopefully the beauty of the cost service it will zero out the PCA. And it'll adjust it in the base rate, which that makes that go away. And number two, we unbundled all those taxes because all those taxes you see on there don't come to us. We collect them for the state, we collect them for the county in certain areas too, and they don't come to us, all of them. Some of those taxes you're talking about, we have to ship on to Richmond. So we show that. You know, all those taxes are ours. And we unbundle it so it wouldn't be confused with electrical fees.
I just did it for information, guys, not to prove any point.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
I took the total amount that I paid at one house for the number of kilowatt hours, what I paid at the other house for the number of kilowatt hours, divided that, and 0.018 was the difference I came up
If you take the bill and add all the taxes, AEP is much cheaper than Richlands. And I can prove that on different bills.
I think you can, I don't know, what you have to do is take the cost of service and see what Richlands has to do, regardless of what Adkin does. Sometimes we're more, sometimes we're less, sometimes. Anyway, the people will
I
do
just gave
it.
it for information. I didn't really want to.
I'm not offended.
Have we got fluoride in the water yet?
No, but as soon as we're almost to the edge, the health department has to give us approval for that. I think they just actually get the electronics hooked up on it. They've got all of it moved in, and all they lack is the approval of the health department. They'll have to get a inspection. So I think he told me to expect it in the water by the end of March. That's what he said.
We are going to notify everybody.
Yes, that's why we want to wait. So we get their inspection first, and once we get the clearance, we're going to go ahead and send out some. And I think we have that text. The people signed up for the taxing. We'll give everybody a notice on that Facebook website. So.
Adrian, if I might ask you a question on county disbursements for EMS. Our agreement, if I remember correctly, was they pay us $50,000 a quarter, every quarter, and then at the end of the year, we true up. And I understand they've paid us three $50,000 checks. And the county is saying the $100,000 CARES money they passed on to us was toward our EMS. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Attorney.
I don't have anything, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. I think we canvassed the group to go ahead and pay the bills, but I think an official vote would be in order tonight just to make sure it goes into the minutes.
One question, I'm not picking on anybody, but what is a $300 petty cash? What's that for?
$300 petty cash? I don't know. Is that your?
Yes, sir, that's mine too. I can answer that real quick. TDOs, temporary detention orders, emergency custody orders for mental health. They happen all hours of the night. We can't come up here and get a check because there's no money available. We keep $300 petty cash. So when we have to send an officer out to Petersburg or someplace plumb out east, because that's where we have to take them a lot of times, we have to have money available in order to get gas and buy the officer's food, the prisoner, well, they're not prisoners, the detainees, food, so we can send them out there and back. That's usually a 12 to 15 hour trip. So I have to have money for those folks to go. And then once they get back, the receipts go to the box. Once we utilize that money, then we bring it up here, we true up, we get $300 to replace it. So we have that money on hand, because like I said, someday we may go 2 days and have 3 or 4 trips, and then we may go a week or 2 and not have none. But we've got to have cash to take care of our folks so they can make those trips.
I understand, but would it be a better ideal if you went ahead and did it, then come back? I mean, most police forces do, and have the receipt, and then the town writes you a check for.
I mean, they'd have to front the money. A lot of them don't
Yeah,
have it.
I mean, a lot of them don't. Like, let me give you an example. We had a TDO that went to Marion about a week ago, and the officer got over there thinking he's gonna get to drop that prisoner or the detainee off at Marion. Well, they done what they call a 2-stop TDO. Once he got there, Marion refused him, and he had to go plumb to Petersburg. That officer didn't have no money on him for gas or food. So we had to make arrangements, put money in his account. But once he got back, he reimbursed us what extra we gave him plus the receipt. We've just got to have that money on hand to be able to conduct business and to take care of our people, because a lot of them don't have that money to spend out for, $50, $100 on gas coming and going. They just don't.
The only alternative to that, that's the safest way, that all gets checked. We have different people doing their doing, is to let them use a credit card. And I'm gonna make my tenure. We only got 2 credit cards in town, and I've got one of them, and Adrian's got one of them, and that's it. And they use that. I don't want, there's been so many horror stories of people in credit card abuse with employees. So this has been proven for how many years, ever since I can remember.
I mean, we've done it for years. It works out good. We've got it counted down. It's to the penny.
Yeah.
For everything it's spent, we come with receipt. It's food, gas, to get them there and back. That's it.
And with COVID, mental health is huge.
Here lately, it's just unreal. And it's aggravating us because we've got mental health facilities on this side of the state. But it seems like every time mental health gets a bed, it's a Petersburg or Williamsburg, somewhere out that way. And, like I said, that's a 12, 15-hour trip for my guys. And it's fuel and food. That's just it.
Thank you, Terry.
Any other questions on the bills? I entertain a motion to pay the bills.
I make a motion to pay the bills.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and second. Further discussion? Roll call vote, Connie.
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Marion,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Item number 2, the non-revolving line of credit. We did ask the same bank, National Bank, to consider giving us an increase in that to cover the wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation project. And we did get we didn't ask for any more than what we thought we'd need right now. So we got a $200,000 extension on the million to make it a total of $1.2 million, but the million already was committed in the earlier transaction. I do need a vote of council for me to sign the contract for that $200,000 additional with the bank. That would help us get the bills paid for the wastewater treatment plant.
So moved.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Connie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Marion,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries.
The update on Allegheny Bridge, they're actually getting ready to start that. The weather being a little bit nasty might delay a little bit, but their plans are to actually start on the bridge in late, you got a flyer in your handout, late February, early March. So what this means, so everybody will know, that bridge is going to be shut down for the entire duration of construction because of the narrowness of it and so forth. There will be, a detour over through, the crossing up there at the 4th Street, and that'll be the detour through. In case there is a train on, and we've talked about this before, in case there is a train on the tracks, we will always keep a lot open where the street department is to get emergency response in for either fire or rescue. So they say it'll be approximately 5 months, and then they'll have a brand new bridge there. We're real sensitive to everything right, so we're going to talk to, send some flyers out again to those folks that are real close to that. quite a bit of activity. I'm trying to get this thing done as quick as possible, so that's a good thing.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate the careful planning on that. I appreciate the careful planning for emergency response. Those things are always a concern.
Yes, thank you.
I look forward to the new bridge. We'll have a bridge walk.
Celebration.
Celebration.
Yes.
It's real.
Ribbon cutting and all. Yeah. Ribbon cutting all, yeah.
They're cool bridge walks.
So since we may be meeting for an emergency meeting or whatever the other, we'll can take care of maybe Mr. Chitwood's thing at that time. And again, I would like to just take item number 4 out and defer that to the experts when they all come in, because they're all give you a pretty good. I would offer to the ones that's not heard it before, like Mr. Street, Mr. Plaster, if they want to at any given time, schedule time for me to do that, like even during the day, we could do that. We'll give you a couple of hours of that, and maybe you can sit down and go that independently. Everyone else has heard it before. So if you want to do that, I'll throw that offer out.
Yes, I would.
I'll
get with you.
Just get us with us, and we'll try to do that for you. The mowing contract, the contract that we have currently with American Carpet Care is exhausted. And you can only do up to 3 years of those type of contracts, and we're on our last year. So I guess we need to get that out as soon as possible, because the mowing starts pretty soon, and we also need to get the some of the trash picked up. So does council want to go ahead and do an RFP for that, just like we did? Has that been satisfactory to everyone? So
I think it's appropriate.
So the direction is go ahead and do an RFP for another 1-year contract with 2-year 1-year extensions on that. Is that okay with everyone? I don't think I need to vote. I just want to get a nod. That's okay.
That's it. Must be mine.
No,
I was going crazy.
We also have a draw. One thing we didn't.
I think Frank turned on.
Okay. You back? Okay. I do need authorization to pay. We just got, we didn't get this in the packet, but for drawdown number 7 for the wastewater treatment plant expenses. This is, we haven't had a drawdown a couple of times because the final design wasn't finished till now. But this is for final design, survey expenses, some geotech work out to Raven Dorian lift station, as well as that's where the survey's also at. It looks like we're probably going to have to buy a little property down there, so that'll be part of the ongoing. This also covers pre-qualifications of contractors, which was given, as well as some permitting that started. So the entire amount for that entire set of services, which is in the contract, is $84,099.49. So I'd like to have permission to draw that down and pay Thompson Lit those services for the wastewater treatment.
It's a drawdown, Tim.
It would be a drawdown on our line of credit to pay for those services that we're in a contract for free for work performed. For
This is expected. We've expected this, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I thought it was part of it. Okay, I'll make the motion to authorize the town manager to pay what we owe. I don't know how to put that. Okay.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Connie?
John Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Marion,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I didn't get a copy of the bill. Could I have it?
You didn't get it in the, yeah, you can have both of them. I don't think it's got any social security numbers or anything.
Okay.
I hope not.
So you mark them out.
That's all I have.
Okay, we're going to go into executive session now. Just to let the gallery know, that'll probably be about it for whatever actions we take tonight. You don't want to hang around, but you're more than welcome to hang around if you want to. So let's clear the room and get us off. And can you guess?
Sure can.
Go on there.
Also, Mr. Mayor, either before executive session or after, council does need to take up my formal appointment as town manager, and they would entertain a motion to renew that contract or direct him rather to execute that.
We do that before we go into executive session.
I might as well.
Okay. I entertain a motion to retain Wayne, well, what's his name?
Just
Use fine.
entertain a motion to, appoint these.
I'll make that motion.
So moved. Second.
A motion and second. Connie?
Who made the motion?
Doug.
Second.
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Marianne,
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Motion carries.
You would entertain just one more motion to, authorize him to, execute the contract that I provided to council, on behalf.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Connie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Marianne,
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And lastly, without further ado, if you would, entertain a motion moving to executive closed session as pursuant to 2.23711A7 for potential litigation business. Apologize, I misspoke when I added these to the agenda. Earlier, I said A7 should have been A8 for these two particular issues. Move into executive session pursuant to 2.23711A8 for the consultation with legal counsel regarding a specific legal matter that requires the provision of legal counsel regarding the Fairfax Avenue property and regarding nuisance abatement. And then I have a brief issue as well that I'd like to take with counsel under 2.23711A1 personnel regarding employee compliance officer.
Have a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion and second. Further discussion? Connie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Marianne,
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thanks for being here, Jim.
Thank you. We get tons of, Logan and I
I've
have
gone to
taken
church
it.
with her for years and years. I would say she's at least late at 70s. if not
Listen,
early
if
80s.
she's cutting her, if she's doing that, she can contact.
Okay.
One
She don't-
section,
she's
Logan
cut it
and I have taken out of our pocket and paid people's electric bills so they won't get it cut off. Is that not right?
You're not gonna cut anybody off.
I wouldn't want to, I don't want to say what I do, but yeah, I mean, we have.
We've
Okay.
taken out of
All
our
right.
own pocket.
Back in. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if you would entertain a motion to certify that the topics discussed in executive session were those lawfully moved into executive session for and to resume into open session.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second?
I'll second.
Motion and second's been made. Connie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Bud,
Yes.
Marion,
Yes.
Rod.
Yes.
Motion carries. Who's gonna be our adjourning people since Rick's gone? I think.
I think Rod volunteered, didn't Rod?
I'll make a motion and I'll second it. I'm a double volunteer.
I'll second if he can't second.
I
Okay.
made it. Yeah, you're pretty good.
You got it, Connie?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Yes.
yes,
That's awful quick,
Yes.
Connie.
Motion carries.
I'm already
I
up.
suppose
Wait till I
we'll
said
get,
yes.
we'll get notified when we get this other meeting set up.
I've sent several people. And they, qualified